All right. See if that works. Yo. So my internet's still down. I'm using my phone right now to stream. So that's why the quality of the stream might be worse. I'm getting a new modem Friday. So hopefully this works well enough. Oh. Did shoulders and abs today. That's good. Yeah, I am excited for Gears of War E-Day. It looks good. Ugh. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to get Mortal Shell 2. I might. Not sure if I want to commit to a Souls-like game. So we'll see. My back is looking pretty fucking wide. Thoughts on Donald Trump? He's just kind of a dumbass. Some good things about him, a lot of bad things about him. Uh. No, never beat Elden Ring. I didn't really like that game. I get why people like it, but it's just not my type of game. Ugh. What exercises do you use to train forearms? Well, you can look at my back and biceps workouts. Usually do forearms in those streams. It's just a lot of different wrist curl variations. It's nothing terribly complicated. If I stood next to Sam Sulek right now, I think I'd look pretty good next to him. Like, especially since I'm taller. So I still think he has more like of that freaky muscle mass, but size wise, especially because of my height, I'd compare pretty good to him. You worry about heavy metals from plant products? No. What are you gonna do? Am I gonna be the next Terminator? Well, yeah, once I can get a metal endoskeleton, hell yeah. Would you say Souls-like games are hard in general, are for true gamers? Yeah, they're gamers' games. I beat Sekiro. I really liked Sekiro. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of most of the Souls-like games. Just the combat style, not really for me. I'm not tanning. I take melanotan, which is a peptide that makes your skin darker. Melanotan's based. I really like the way it, the cosmetic look you get from it. And you don't damage your skin with UV radiation. Do you take antioxidants? Well, most of the foods I eat are pretty high in antioxidants. So like soy, the fruits and vegetables. I do supplement with vitamin C to get extra vitamin C. I also use xylitol and monk fruit sweetener, which is very high in antioxidants too. So, you know, I do make sure to get a good antioxidant load. When did you become jacked as fuck? That happened pretty quickly. I hopped on steroids last year, and in the first 2 months, I gained about 20 pounds of muscle. Like, I just totally morphed. And I've just been getting ever more jacked since. Bought some black bean burgers. Yeah, they're good. I like them. It's been a while since I've had any, but they're good. I really like jackfruit. The texture doesn't bother me, and it tastes kind of like bubblegum. All right, last warm-up set. Ugh. How's the stream quality, by the way? Because I'm running this off my phone. The internet, because my actual internet's down. You're too big. I don't think there's any such thing. How's the shoulder feeling? Better. Every week it's noticeably better, so, you know, it's healing. Do you use different protein powders, or is there one you settled on? I just found a brand called Beyond. They have a vegan line. Their Beyond vegan proteins are fucking amazing. So far I've tried their ice cream cookie dough, which is fantastic. And I've tried their vanilla cupcake flavor. That's really fucking good. I mix it with cream of wheat and a little bit of soy milk. Holy fuck. It's like you're eating the sweet, fucking warm, like cake batter and icing sugar. It's fucking incredible. Oh. Lagged a bit before, but it's okay now. Okay, that's good. Just got a weird cramp. Ugh. All right. You know what? I'm gonna have to use the 25s. Which X-Men movie would you say is best? Probably X-Men 2. I don't think there's been one that outdid that. Yeah, X-Men 2 is pretty fantastic. Have you experimented with peptides? I take growth hormone, which is a peptide. I take melanotan, which is a peptide. I take what is it? I have taken TB500, BPC157. Technically, the thyroid hormone I'm on is also a peptide. No, mayonnaise is not a peptide. It's also not an instrument.
Thoughts on the new X-Men casting?
I haven't seen it. I think I heard some people complaining about it. Like they're all weird millennial gay kids or something. I have no idea. I haven't seen the new casting, so don't have an opinion. Thanks though, Dodo. The actor who played Kylo Ren is being cast as Mr. Sinister. That sounds like a dumb casting choice, honestly. Have you noticed cramping more than usual using Tren? No. Haven't. I just, for some reason, just got a weird cramp. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, I don't like that guy who played Kylo Ren. He's kind of a weird dork. People who are on it says you should use taurine while you're on it due to sweating more, not the compound. I had some energy drinks today that have taurine in it. I don't know. Unpopular opinion, real men either drive motorcycles or manual transmission cars. Automatics are for women and faggots. Real men shift gears. Also, pickup trucks are fucking gay. I generally agree with that. I think there's reasons to use an automatic sometimes, but like to have fun, yeah, you need a fucking manual. Ugh. Thanks though, big cock. Is the trend messing with your breathing? No. Ugh. I think I'll use some wrist wraps next set. What weight are the dumbbells? They're at 71 pounds right now. Getting big as fuck, boy. Vegan Gains, are you vegan? Yes, I am. Don't steroids make you more caffeine sensitive? Haven't noticed that.
Gom Richard, are you okay? Last night your Wi-Fi went out. I was so worried for my sweet chocolate bear. Please be careful. Gom.
It wasn't my Wi-Fi that went out, it was my internet. It's still out. I'm using my phone right now to stream. So I don't have any actual internet access. Just using my phone's internet. I'll try doing a stream later tonight. Maybe using my phone again, if this goes well enough. But, yeah, I'm fine. I'm getting a new modem Friday. Thanks, dude. Any bench PR you're aiming for? Not right now. Just trying to get bigger, stronger in general. But I'm not chasing like some bench 1 rep max. Don't need to hurt myself right now. Do you prefer being bald / shaving over having hair to deal with? Yeah. Yeah, especially since I ride a motorcycle and shit. Do you feel calorie deficit severely inhibits endurance while lifting? Been feeling drained after like 2 sets? Well, yeah, it will. Especially if it's a really severe deficit. Do you recommend the screw clamps that you're using for a home gym setup? What do you mean screw clamps? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean the weight clips? These aren't screw-on. These just slide on. They use spring tension. Have not seen Obsession, no.
I actually seen a vid of you talking to Destiny and how you're playing it smart with the strength gain and not adding 50 pounds to your lifts even though you can. Adapting your body. Based. My buddy tore his chest a year into his cycle.
Ugh. Ugh. Well, yeah. Dude, especially if you're running compounds like Tren, you can get so fucking strong so quickly. Like, it's absurd. Like, you literally can add like 50 pounds to your bench every week. So, yeah, you really don't want to add crazy weights each session. Thanks, though, Base Richard. Tips for weight loss. Take a weight loss drug. Tirzepatide and retatrutide are the 2 best ones. Take a weight loss drug. Yeah, I do play games. Overwatch sucks. Like, absolute garbage. I'd never play that fucking piece of shit. I'm waiting for Gears of War to come out. Gears E-Day. The new Call of Duty actually looks like it might be good.
After hopping on gear, did you change your training, adding more volume / exercises? Do you care less about form for more weight / pump? If I'm really prone to acne, do you think 100 to 200 tests a week will be okay for self-TRT?
So, the only real major change to my training is overall volumes increased. So I generally do more sets per exercise, and I have a greater amount of exercises per session. I I care about form. You need good form when you're lifting. You care more about weight / pump. I don't really care about like the pump necessarily. I care about just stimulating the muscle. If I'm really prone to acne, you're probably not going to have acne issues at that dose. I would say most people want to start at 20 milligrams a day for test N-theta cypionate. So that'll be 140 a week. If you're prone to acne or other side effects, you want to do daily injections so that your hormone levels are stable. So inject 20 milligrams a day. That's where I'd recommend most people start off with. And then just go from there. Thanks, though, Slava. Is front delt work necessary if you barbell bench? If you want the most shoulder development possible, then yeah, I think you should do direct front delt work. It does add some additional like roundness and fullness to your delts. Yeah, another thing with acne prevention on steroids is you just have to make sure you're clean. So don't miss showering. You might want to use like a different type of soap and just experiment with different soaps and see how that affects your skin. Have you ever took any steroids? That's a very silly question. Are people like actually asking me that, or like are you just fucking with me? Like the fuck? Is 500 milligrams a test at 250 milligrams a week not a thing anymore? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're going to start off with 500 milligrams a test a week when you've never taken steroids before, you're almost guaranteed to get side effects, especially if you're only injecting twice a week. Really stupid idea. Is 30-pound dumbbell for beginner good and then gradually increase? I don't know what you mean by that. You need to have a weight set that allows you to do each exercise safely with adequate intensity and rep range.
If Overwatch is so horrible, then why does it get so much praise from critics and fans alike?
Because most people have terrible taste in video games. Thanks, Dodo. You need a weight set that allows you to perform each exercise you need with an adequate amount of weight safely. And you need to be able to increase the weight over time.
What's the issue with Overwatch? Anyway.
It's just a dumb game for stupid babies. Thanks, Dodo. Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal were good, but Doom Dark Ages sucked.
Will you remember us when your fitness influencer journey takes off?
Yeah, I think I will. Thanks, OG fan. You're all too annoying to not remember. No, you would not be able to get this big naturally. That's why I'm on steroids. This is 25 pounds and a 5 on each dumbbell handle, and the dumbbell handle weighs 11 pounds, so 71 pounds per dumbbell. Any countries in Asia you want to visit? Not really. Like, I wouldn't mind traveling to like Thailand, but it's not really on my to-do list. You know what I mean? No, Ronnie Coleman was all natural throughout his entire career. Oh yeah, Marvel Rivals is terrible. I'd never play that piece of shit. I think people only play Overwatch when they're streaming on Twitch or YouTube to make ad revenue. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't play it off stream. Probably. That's kind of me with Call of Duty.
It's funny because the sequel, Overwatch 2, has mostly negative reviews on Steam.
That's interesting. They're both bad. Thanks, though, Dodo. I can't pin, like commonly asked questions because I have the donation thing pinned. Ugh. Well, the fitness influencers who go to Thailand who get fucked up, like they live there. So it's different. Like I'd just go there for a vacation or something. Like a couple weeks or whatever. Probably wouldn't end up living there. Probably. There's a lot of things I do like about Thailand. Like the culture there, but like you can get steroids over the counter. But, it's like a third world country basically. I don't know if it's totally for me. It is cheap to live there though. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, we'll do one more set. Oh, it's feeling really good. Oh, Tony Hughes is fucking nuts. He's literally just evil. Like that guy is just one of the most cynical jackasses I've ever seen. He's what Greg Doucette would be if Greg Doucette were to just go in another direction promoting like drug use. That's basically what Tony Hughes is.
With TRT/test views, how do you plan a vacation? You can't bring the test with you, only travel after going off and PCT?
You just come off. You don't need to PCT or anything. That's what I did when I went to Australia. It's not a big fucking deal. If you're only going on a vacation for 2 weeks, like, you won't feel any different. Thanks, Slava. If you're traveling within your country, a lot of the times you can just bring your gear with you, even if it's technically illegal. A lot of people do that and get away with it. And you can just get a TRT prescription. There's ways of doing that. Thanks, though, dude. Big Cock. How likely is it you'll get an Ariel Atom one day? Highly likely. That thing is fucking psychotic. Highly, highly likely. It's kind of like a bucket list thing. It's like pretty much a guarantee. But yeah, I fucking love that car. That car is just so sick. Thanks, Big Cock. I've tried snowboarding. I don't like it. More of a skier. Any tips for someone like me who suffers from anxiety and panic attacks? If you're a man, usually men with anxiety problems have low testosterone. You can also consider taking a beta blocker. I think propanolol is the one that is particularly good for anxiety. So you can try that. All right. Let's get into this last set. Got a good chest pump. Girls say they fill syringe, put it in a makeup bag, and nobody on airlines say anything. That's a way to do it. They just say it's diabetes meds. Yeah, there's a lot of ways around it. Like, usually, as long as you're not trying to traffic like fentanyl, I've noticed they don't really give a shit. So, yeah, if it's not like hard drugs like fent or something, and it's not anything like a dog will pick up, yeah, like a lot of dudes just take their steroids with them. Oh. All right. Yeah, the beta blockers are good with physical symptoms of anxiety. You might still have anxiety, but as far as like shaking, breathing heavy, trembling, stuff like that, stuttering can help. But vast majority of the time, dudes who have anxiety issues, it's usually low test. It's literally that simple. Yeah, very rarely are you ever going to see dudes with anxiety problems that have adequate test levels. Oh. Anxiety can be caused by a lot of things, but if you have a properly functioning male brain, you probably shouldn't be suffering from anxiety. That's more of a chick problem. Oh, so this is just a warm up. All right. Steroids can cause anxiety, but testosterone does not. It's usually just Boldenone that has a tendency to trigger anxiety. I actually find Boldenone just gives me a really good sense of well-being. I've never had anxiety issues on it. And some people can get anxiety and paranoia from Tren, but the more Tren I've taken, the better I've felt. I just increased the dose. Dude, the more Tren I take, the better I feel. Just more calm, more peaceful, happier, friendlier, less angry and hostile, and I sleep better. It's really fucking weird. I have like the opposite effect most people have from Tren. Yeah, so I'm on 180 Tren a week now. Did your landlord get too lazy to put up the drywall? This is a new construction. I don't know what exactly their reasoning was to not put up drywall, but they just didn't. It's just how they constructed the house. Thanks, though, dude. As long as my rent costs are lower, I do not give a shit. I'll take no drywall in the basement over more expensive rent. You know what I'm saying? Ah, crap. Almost squished my toe. All right. Decline flies. And this is 60 pounds. Ooh. Or 61, technically. Is there a risk of developing man boobs from gear? There is, but it's really just a skill issue. Oof. Imagine they start selling apartments like tier system, tier 1 no drywall, 2 outlets, room temp water, tier 3 fully furnished, 6 outlets, cats allowed. Well, I mean, that already is a thing. You should see how fucking like dumb and lazy landlords can be with maintenance. Thanks, landlord. My landlords are pretty good. I haven't had any problems with them. How much are you charging for online training session or for consulting services? I haven't done that in a while. Just with my daily routine and schedule and everything, it just doesn't really work out for me. Like I'm doing so much fucking training, like a ridiculous amount. Like you guys see my workout live streams, like they can go on for 3.5 hours. And then on top of that, like I do 30 minutes of cardio a day, if not a little bit more, like 40 minutes. And I'm dieting now too, so like I'm just so fucking drained. And then having to stream, make videos occasionally, and then just having like online clients and stuff on top of that, it just doesn't really work for my schedule right now. And like I'm making good enough money right now too, where like the extra effort involved on a daily basis is just not worth it. If you want like advice or you want to ask me questions, you can always ask in live chat or donate, or you can like message me on Instagram. You know, but I'm not really writing programs for people and stuff. What do you do for cardio? It's mostly inline skating and mountain biking. I do have a cardio machine in the corner. It's a Bowflex M3. So I'll use that if it's like raining or just during the winter. That's really all I can do. So yeah, that's what I do for cardio. I might get a treadmill. Actually, when Pat moves in, I'm definitely getting a treadmill because she likes to run. She can't do that like in the winter. So I will get a treadmill for sure eventually.
Well, Richard Piana, you're going to have to add workout plans and nutrition back in. You're too jacked to not be in those fields. Supplements, merch. Your future is here, you swell boy.
I'd rather not sell supplements. I'd rather sell fucking drugs. Like you know, supplements have their place and everything, but there's so much on the market. Like there's good quality supplements you can already get. A lot of them are bullshit, but there are good quality useful supplements. I'd rather sell fucking drugs because they really work. Like why would I sell a supplement when I could sell like Retatrutide, which will like literally extend your life expectancy? So I'd rather do something like that. I do have more merch planned. I'm gonna make some new designs and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe eventually I'll do coaching. Thanks though, buddy. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I take creatine. Oh, that feels really good. Oh, my workouts lately have just been fucking sick, dude. Trend workouts are just fucking sick as fuck, dude. Thirty grams of creatine is quite a lot. I think there's been some studies showing it has cognitive benefits at that dose. I take 20 milligrams. Will an only oatmeal diet for 11 days help reverse prediabetes? I mean, in theory, it could, I guess. If you have prediabetes, take retatrutide.
Which supplement do you take? Is it a multivitamin? Which nutrients do you supplement with? I take iodine, B12, D3, K2, selenium. Do you take choline or not worry about it? Been vegan since 2 months, trying to do it optimally.
I take a multivitamin. I take a D3 supplement that also has K2 in it. I take omega-3 algae oil. I take 4 capsules a day, which I think is 1,200 milligrams total of EPA DHA. And I supplement with B12. I take B12 injections. And I don't take choline. I don't worry about choline.
If you end up moving to Florida, does that mean we're getting an Aaron PVG collab? Sorry to say he would mog the shit out of you though.
Oh yeah, we'd get a Aaron P collab for sure. Thanks, Jolanding. Yeah, but those are the like dietary supplements I take. Thanks, Blake.
Got 3 hours of sleep one night and did the 30 grams creatine for a cheat code to help with the tiredness. It worked. I had a shotgun blast out my asshole.
Yeah, a lot of the time people have digestive upset with that high of a dose of creatine. So, yeah, apparently creatine does help with cognitive performance if you get less sleep. But I would just say get more sleep. Thanks, though, overslept. But yeah, dude, if you have pre-diabetes, take retatrutide. You should be on a GLP-1 agonist. That will definitely reverse prediabetes. I actually cured my depression with magic mushrooms, but the steroids I've been on have only further improved my mental health. I just feel better in general, greater sense of well-being. Just more energy, outgoing. And again, ironically, Tren, the drug that's known for making you a raging lunatic, has made me like nice and calm and collected and just friendlier. And with escalating doses too. I haven't found a dose where, oh, now I'm getting angrier. Like I just recently increased the dose from 140 a week to 180, and I feel better again. So. Thanks, Stitching NoFap. Appreciate the membership. Ugh. Oh. Oh. I think we'll do one more of those. I really like the feeling of that decline fly movement. Get a really, really good stretch on my pecs. What do you think of vegan keto? I don't think there's really any good reason to be on a keto diet, honestly. It doesn't result in any greater weight loss. Most people have huge issues with energy, feeling like crap. A lot of people have sleep issues on it too. Low carbohydrate diets are also like inherently catabolic. They're going to contribute to more muscle loss, decreased athletic performance. So I generally don't recommend it unless you're like a weird person who, for whatever reason, that's the only diet that you can adhere to. Thanks for the membership, Aaron. Appreciate that. What's the best way to get rid of anxiety I get from caffeine? I used to be a cocaine addict, and my body can't tell the difference between the bad side effects of coke and caffeine. I would say don't take caffeine. That would probably fix it. It's kind of like asking me, what's the best way to get rid of the anxiety from meth? Like maybe don't take meth? So yeah, maybe caffeine just isn't a drug you should be using. I do HIIT cardio workouts. So I do HIIT cardio twice a week. It's just good for general cardiac functioning. So, you know, steroid use and gaining weight really quickly. You can have issues with your heart just being able to efficiently pump blood throughout your body. So, along with just doing daily, you know, like medium intensity cardio, HIIT cardio sessions are good for just maintaining adequate cardiac function. Will you commit to modding Skyrim? Buddy, I have always had issues with modding Bethesda games. Every time I do it, they break. And I'm not a retard, like I mod pretty much every freaking game I play, but yeah, every Bethesda game, when I try to mod it, they just break, and then they won't load anymore. Is that nicotine you always putting in your mouth or gum? Yeah, it's nicotine. I either take nicotine lozenges or nicotine gum. Thanks, what is that? Do you track your macros or have a goal for protein intake in a day? I don't track my macros, but I do track protein specifically. When I'm dieting, I try to hit at least 200 grams of protein, which is what I'm hitting now. I think I'm getting a little over that, like maybe 215. And then when I'm trying to like gain weight and I'm in a at least calorically neutral, I try to hit at least 300. And that's adequate for like my body weight and everything. All right, last set on the decline. Ooh. Oh, that's good. All right, now we're just gonna do flat. Yeah, I had the shoulder injury about a month ago. So I switched to starting off with isolation exercises for chest first. Because it's just easier on my shoulder. But so far I've been making really good gains and progress doing this. So I think I might stick with it for a
Do you
while.
think the jackass Putin will test NATO? US intelligence said Putin will likely attack Baltic country or Poland to test NATO Article 5. So Canada and US would have to assist as well. Fuck Russian man, always annoying everyone, nobody likes them.
I have no idea how that would benefit him at this point. So, who the fuck knows? This war was so stupid to begin with. So, I really have no idea. He might. He's kind of already done similar things. Like, I know that there was that Russian jet that flew over Turkey that got shot down. So, maybe. But, like, I just don't see how that would in any way benefit him right now. I would think the last thing he would want was for NATO to get involved as well. But thanks, Spoderman.
You have been chosen by the god to lead the vegan army to eternal enlightenment. Use your body as the vessel for your message. Eagle screams.
Oh, it is my destiny. And I shall do that. Thanks, Zeus. I sent you $5, but it says PayPal payment pending. Wanted to ask what advice you would have for someone like me stuck in a rut. Is a weak-minded bitch, can't seem to just do what I gotta do. Well, first of all, I'd get your testosterone levels checked. Androgen deficiency is extraordinarily common. I literally think the vast majority of men on the planet are suffering from androgen deficiency. Like at least 80%. So get your testosterone levels checked. I'd say if you're like under 500 especially, very, very likely that you're getting effects from androgen deficiency. Average testosterone levels used to be in the 700s. Now they're in the 400s. So if you're substantially below 700, I'd say, yeah, you're probably having some effects of androgen deficiency. Secondly, it's all a mindset thing, right? Like, you're the one who's in control of your own life, your own destiny. And just because something's like hard doesn't mean it's not worth doing. So like if you're stuck in a rut and you're not moving forward to get out of that rut, well, you're going to stay in that rut, and then you're just going to ever repeat the cycle of feeling like shit, right? So no matter how hard it is, you have to like move forward in some way, get off your ass, get a job, start lifting, do like positive things with your life, because otherwise you're just going to be stuck in that shitty fucking rut. So if you want to better yourself, it's all within your power to do it. If you want a better life, it's just that you've fallen into this pattern of comfort-seeking behavior where, oh, it's hard, it's difficult, I can't find the motivation to do it. You've just got to like find whatever kind of motivation or like power within you to just power through it and just get it done. Otherwise, like, yeah, you're just going to be stuck in the same shitty place, right? All right. There's more light coming in. There we go. I think that's better. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about that issue after this set, because I've gone through similar problems too. Ooh.
I swear to God, Canadians and Americans have no clue how war-hungry and bloodthirsty Russians are. They once in Russian state TV made an animation on how to use a nuke torpedo to create a nuclear tsunami to wipe out US East Coast and UK. I swear to God.
Ugh. Russians themselves aren't really war hungry. The state's putting out like that kind of propaganda where, oh, we could wipe out the US if we wanted to. It's so that they get more public confidence in the choice to go to war. But the majority of Russians are not in favor of the war in Ukraine at this point. So, like, they're fucking stupid. Russians are extremely complacent. But that's just state propaganda to like help promote the Putin regime and maintain public confidence. Thanks though, dude. Yeah, so a lot of people have this kind of issue where they feel stuck in a rut, but they can't seem to get out of it. Where like it's like you feel like shit, you know everything you're doing is resulting in shit, but you'll keep going back to some comfort seeking behavior. A lot of people who get addicted to drugs have this. Could be things as like benign as weed, could be like meth, heroin, cocaine, you name it. Like you'll hear from a lot of these drug addicts where it's like, man, I'm addicted to weed. I can't stop smoking. I just lay in bed all day and I'm like fucking miserable, but I just can't get up and like, move, get a job and just better myself. Like there's this pattern of happiness that wait, give me a second. Phone went off, it's just bullshit. Thoughts on mock fish and what's your least favorite mock meat? Probably mock fish. I haven't had too many good mock fish meat things, and they're usually pretty mid. Like, they're the lower tier kind of mock fish. So I've never really liked it. Thanks, chef. So there's a pattern of happiness. There's like low points where, say you want something, like let's say, I don't know, you're broke and you want money. Well, the way happiness increases in that situation is you get a job, or let's say you're trying to look for a way to, I don't know, sell more product in a business you have, or you want to get like a pay raise, like from a promotion. As you start earning more money and like reaching towards that goal, you get that immediate kind of feedback from the thing that you want. Like you're getting the reward. So as you work more, as you sell more products for your business, or as you get like I don't know, as you get like promoted or something, you get that immediate reward back. But there's this delayed gratification effect that's very important because it creates an anticipatory phase. The anticipatory phase is actually the most important thing for happiness. You're anticipating this big benefit that you want in the future. That is a huge aspect of happiness that puts you on that upwards trajectory where your mood further improves. That's why weight training is so beneficial for mental health, or just exercise in general, when you're working towards a goal. So let's say you can only bench 200 pounds, but you want to bench 300 pounds. Each session you do, as you're adding weight, so you can bench 205, then 210, then 220, you're getting that immediate positive response back. But there's this very, very long period of time where you're going to reach that 300-pound bench. And that anticipation of it increases your happiness. So When you don't have any of those things, when you're stuck in a rut and you just feel like crap and you know you're not like doing anything, you're not getting any immediate reward, and there's no anticipatory effect. There's nothing to anticipate. You know the next day is going to be shit. So if you actually create a goal where, and it could be a really, really small goal, it could just be losing 10 pounds. It could just be going to the gym and just looking a little better. It could just be like getting a job and being able to fucking pay the bills and not have to worry about like, oh shit, how am I going to afford food the next week? Could be really small goals, but you have to do something to one, get like an actual positive, meaningful reward, and have a long anticipatory phase where you're like working towards a goal and you know something that you're like working towards going to happen. So like that's why this kind of comfort seeking behavior where you fall into a rut where I'm not going to get up, I'm just going to watch cartoons all day and smoke weed. You get nothing from that, especially that anticipatory phase. So you got to create goals for yourself, and you like no matter what, like you just have to fucking follow through and force yourself to do it, or else you'll never improve your mental health. I have 923 nanograms per deciliter testosterone. I was shocked to see because I don't feel like I have it. By the way, good to see you doing better, man. Being subscribed since the 2015 days. You turned me vegan back then. Did you check your free testosterone levels? Wait, just give me a second. It's gonna play a thing.
You used to be pro electric cars and electric bikes. What made you change your mind? I live in Norway. The cold does lower battery capacity, but with enough charging stations it makes up for it. The low maintenance costs are worth it. I see EVs in Canada.
Give me a second.
For helping with depression, anxiety by doing mushrooms. Should you do a proper dosage, 3.5 grams from what I heard, or start lower? Does the go death have to occur to get real results, or is it an introspection?
There's a lot of different theories. It seems like whatever doses there seems to be a minimum necessary dose that's required to get that improvement in mood. Basically, the theory for how these drugs work is that there's these neurological pathways that end up getting very stable and rooted that lead to depression. And what these psychedelic drugs are doing is they're scrambling your brain and creating new neurological routes. So there's a minimum dose that's required to do that. I'm not exactly sure what that is, and I'm sure it's going to be different from person to person. But the most surefire way to do that would be a heavy dose. So you might want to do that. You might need to do that several times. So let's say like once every couple months or something. But you don't necessarily need to do that. There's been trials where they've used much lower doses, like 500 milligrams periodically, and that seems to have had a benefit. But again, given the hypothesis of how these drugs are fixing depression, the most surefire way to get that effect would be a high dose. I would do your own research, look at like risk, safety, benefit, like, risk versus benefit kind of things, and, make your own decision. I cured my depression with very high doses, like 3.5 grams. So, at least personally, and I have known other people who've cured their depression with those very high doses. But thanks, Lost Soul. So, yeah, Senator, check your free testosterone levels. A lot of the time, people with high test, they actually have low free testosterone levels. And it's from high sex hormone binding globulin. So you also want to make sure you test your free test. And the way to lower sex hormone binding globulin is to just take testosterone. It lowers SHBG like crazy and will put your free test through the roof. So I would check your free test and go from there. Thanks, though, Senator. I used to be pro electric cars and electric bikes. I still kind of am. The issue is I've been there, done that. I was using an electric bike that had a pretty small capacity. So, like, I live in Canada. There aren't very many charging stations, and it's a huge fucking pain in the ass. especially in the winter. It was fucking horrible. And my own personal experience with electric vehicles, they're extremely unreliable. I've had way more issues with EVs than I have with gas engines. Like, gas engines are really simple, they're stupid. All they need is air fuel mixture. So if you're having a problem with a gas engine, you can usually just get them running again. With EVs, who the fuck knows what the problem is? You're going to have to take it into a dealer. They're going to have to use like computer software to figure out what the issue is. And then when they figure out what the issue is, you can't do any maintenance on the vehicle because you're talking about high voltage systems, so you can't even fix them yourself. You absolutely have to rely on dealer support. So yeah, they're good in certain areas, but like Norway or Europe, but here there's no charging stations fucking anywhere. The ones that do exist, a lot of them are fucking broken, don't work, they're on private property, so you can't even access them. Yeah, like Canadian winters are also just fucking crazy, dude. Like negative 50 degrees, and if you're trying to travel anywhere, like it's just a no-go. So they're great for certain areas, like California, like Los Angeles or something. Perfect. Tons of fucking charging stations, nice weather, and they're great in traffic. Like they don't really waste battery. But yeah, up north they're pretty fucking bad still. Thanks though, Cornelius.
Looking back, would you do things differently in terms of mocking Furious Pete and attacking him online? Do you owe him an apology?
Oh, oh no. I wouldn't have changed a thing. I think I was completely fucking fair with my criticisms of him. That went. I think that was like a perfect situation for me. I was completely reasonable and fair. I was harsh but fair. The way that kind of blew up my popularity as well. So, like, from a business, financial perspective, everything, like, there were no downsides. So, I wouldn't have done anything. I think I was in the right. I don't think I did anything wrong. I think all my criticisms were fair and reasonable. Uh, I think I feel like he deserved that treatment, and it only benefited me. So no, thanks though, Smacky. Yeah, battery problems are also way more costly. A lot of the time, even if the car's under warranty, they won't even replace the battery. They'll just scrap the whole car and then just give you a new car. If it's under warranty, it's just fucking retarded. They haven't figured out, like, they don't put these cars together in any kind of sensible way where you can actually swap the battery packs. So, yeah. I do really like electric dirt bikes, though. They're really cool. They're a lot of fun to ride. That's an application for EVs that makes a lot of fucking sense. Yeah, I'm a lot more chill now. One, because I'm on steroids, period. But I found Tren, in particular, has made me way more chill. It's just fucking weird. What's your workout split? It's push pull legs. And we are on push day now. chest, shoulders, tries. All right. Next set. Depending on how this goes, this might be the last one. And then we'll move to incline bench. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, all right, that'll be last set. Oh. Felt fucking good. That was 61 pounds on the dumbbells. Okay. I'll put the barbell up here. Yeah, I think Tren Ace is much more problematic than Tren and Enthate. I'm on Tren and Enthate. I don't know how I do on Tren Ace. I don't think I'd bother trying to find out because I'm doing so well on Tren E. But yeah, I think the majority, maybe not the majority, but a lot of the problems that people have with Tren is due to using Ace. I'm just gonna move these weight plates. Yeah, I pin all my gear daily. Daily injections are superior. You get way more stable hormone levels, you're less likely to get side effects. So,
do you think modern society, the quality of living, complete crap, low wages and high cost of living? In Canada especially, thoughts? Cause my job currently, they said they were going to give me a raise but lied to my face but still increased the workload.
The big problem with Canada is we've had a long history of crazy bullshit government corruption and crony capitalism. Basically, this has mostly happened under liberal leadership. They've essentially given a small select few of companies basically the ability to run monopolies. That's why, like, if you think of internet and telecommunications providers, you only think of Bell and Rogers. There's really only two telecommunications companies in Canada. There's small providers here and there, but it's really only Bell and Rogers. There's a reason for that. Basically, the liberals have just allowed one or two companies to exist in every space. It's absolutely destroyed market competition, and that's resulted in higher prices because companies can just get away with it. There's no other people competing with them, and it keeps wages low. And recently, liberals have let in a fuck ton, absolute metric fuck ton of fucking immigrants. And there's just been this crazy influx of cheap immigrant labor. And again, that's lowering wages and making it harder to find a job, and it's also increasing housing costs. So yeah, it's some fucking bullshit. I wish I could make things better, you know? All I can really do is tell people to vote conservative. That's your best fucking bet. But thanks, dude. And, like, buddy, at least with the conservatives, you can buy guns. So, when all the fucking crazy wacko immigrants and criminals fucking take over your neighborhood, like, at least you can shoot them. But, yeah, the liberals even want to take that away from you and just completely and utterly fuck over your life. Senator, I just checked my lab results. Total test 943, free test 222, SHBG 33.8. Yeah, your free test levels aren't too bad. Well, they're pretty good. You know, your problems might not be related to testosterone, could be related to something else. Doesn't necessarily mean having higher test levels wouldn't benefit you. But, yeah, you know. But yeah, it may be related to some other issue. Thanks, dude. Do you get your TRT through a doctor? I'm not on TRT. I don't know where you got the idea that I'm on TRT. I'd like to get the fuck out of Canada, dude. I want to move to Florida. One day I might have an opportunity to do that, but we'll see. See if I can bench close now. Actually, that's feeling a lot better. It's not ideal yet, though. I think I'll still bench wide. Best way to ask your doctor for a health blood check when taking steroids without an awkward judgmental. Just say you're on fucking steroids. I don't give a shit what some dumbass fucking pencil neck doctor thinks of my steroid use. Like, what the fuck do they know anyway? Like, dude,
My boss lied to me about giving me a raise. What do you suggest? Looking for some life advice.
I don't know what your current situation is. If you have job flexibility and you can just work somewhere else, the obvious logical thing would be, if you don't give me the raise, I'm leaving. Especially if you're in a position in that company where they absolutely need you. Yeah, tell them if I don't get that raise, I'm fucking leaving. You don't just get to lie to me and say that I'm gonna get paid this to fuck with me. If you're not in that position, then, like, yeah, unfortunately, you're just gonna have to eat it, you know? But thanks, Liberty. Yeah, like, when it comes to talking to doctors about gear use, if you're worried about being judged and shit, like, look, they see patients every single fucking day that drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, do all kinds of fucking stupid party drugs, are on fucking meth and heroin, eat like fucking assholes, are fucking morbidly obese pieces of shit with diabetes. Like, why the fuck should you be ashamed that you're on steroids because you want to get big and strong? So everyone else they see is some fat fucking pathetic loser on like dumb loser drugs. But oh, I want to get big and strong. Oh, shame on you. So yeah, if they give you fucking horseshit, tell them to go fuck themselves. Especially if you live in the States. Like you're paying good fucking money for health insurance. You have to pay out of pocket for a lot of services. If they're giving you disrespect, tell them, I don't have to go to this fucking hospital and see you if you're going to treat me like shit. So you're going to give me fucking respect, you're going to fucking listen to me, or I'm fucking gone, and I'm going to, like, my money will go to a different doctor, a different fucking hospital. Ugh. Why are you roiding when it ages you? Well, guess what? Living ages you. So are you going to kill yourself because you're going to get older? Like, it's the stupidest fucking thing. Ugh. I think I'm aging pretty goddamn good, too. I don't think you're going to find many 35-year-olds who look like me. So... Ugh. Pretty much everyone I've known from high school, dude, middle age hit them like a ton of fucking bricks.
I never liked the thought of wearing belt or elbow, knee wraps. Wanted to build strength more progressively without the assistance. Raw strength. Thoughts? Is it inevitable at higher weights?
So, first of all,
what's your take on the average Joe being obese when you walk outside both men and women?
Everyone can live the way they want. If they want to destroy their health, look like shit, they can do that. Just gives me more opportunity to mog. Thanks for the donation.
Last time I checked my hormones I got, test total 423 nanograms/day L, SHBG 23.4 millimoles/L, free androgen index 62.7.
That is absolutely hypogonadal. You would want to go on TRT. That is super, super fucking low. Yeah, so you're absolutely a candidate for TRT. Thanks, Slava. So first of all, you want to get a certain adaptation from your lifting. If you want to build more muscle and strength, then wearing a weight belt will allow you to do that because you can lift more weight. It just helps with that adaptation. And I'm not using elbow wraps for assistance on the lift just to artificially increase the lift. It just protects your joints. You'll find most people who get pretty strong, they end up having to use elbow
wraps. Your
wraps.
doctor experience is very unfortunate. I am insanely lucky with my family doctor here in Germany where I live. He literally pre-subbed me do dutasteride testosterone anything I want, he says sure here. He wanted to prescribe me Tren but once in database.
There's no country in the world that prescribes Trenbolone. I think you either mistyped or are like mixing up Tren with testosterone. Tren is a veterinary drug. They only give it to cattle. But yeah, you're thinking of testosterone. Yeah, doctors can't prescribe Tren. Thanks for the donation though, Torben. But most doctors are fucking idiots. Like, that's a pretty average experience. Yeah, so what you'll find is most dudes who get pretty strong, they end up having to use elbow wraps, knee wraps, just because it puts too much stress on the joints. So, Yeah, it's not just to artificially increase the lift, it's just to protect your joints. Especially once you get older, you get more wear and tear and stuff. It's better to use it and not hurt yourself. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, doctors can't prescribe Tren. If your doctor's hooking you up with Tren, he's like dealing underground drugs or something. It's strictly a veterinary medication.
My doctor is a bitch. I also had a test with my test on the red. She didn't want to prescribe me TRT because it's in the green. I'm not in the USA, so it's hard getting TRT.
Yeah, that is the typical experience. They'll prescribe you fucking antidepressant meds that make your dick not work anymore. But if you want to be big and strong and like be healthier and feel better, oh, well, can't have any of that. So yeah, that's why a black market exists, dude. These doctors are so fucking delusional, they think you need them. So, you know, if they're gonna gatekeep like that, well, fuck them. Thanks, Slava. Are there positive effects cognitively while using testosterone? Yeah, it's the most effective antidepressant.
I always prescribed him cocaine for pre-workout.
Well, that's not good. You'd be a bad doctor, but thanks, German doctor. Yeah, testosterone is the most effective antidepressant. It's extremely effective for treating and reversing depressive symptoms. It also lowers anxiety. And it also just gives you a greater sense of well-being. And it improves motivation. It has a dopaminergic effect. It also has a serotonergic effect as well. Senator, I had an inguinal hernia about a year ago, and to be honest, I don't like the fact that there's a mesh there 24/7 now. Kind of worries me from lifting the way I used to. Thoughts on hernia surgeries in general?
What would be your best diet advice to get the best blood flow my wang and increase my testosterone, and lose weight and gain muscle?
Dietarily, there's not really much you can do to increase your testosterone. Making sure you eat enough carbohydrates and get enough zinc, that's really it. But there's not much you can do to modulate testosterone just through diet. As far as blood flow to your wing, lots of fruits and vegetables. And try to like avoid saturated fat as much as you can possibly can. And keeping your blood pressure below 120/80. That would also help. But there's drugs for this too. You can take Cialis. And testosterone also helps. But thanks, Gaines. Yeah, so if you had a hernia, that's the only way they can repair it, with the mesh. I don't know if you have to take any kind of special care to make sure the mesh doesn't rip. I have no idea. You'd have to ask a surgeon about that. But that's the only way they can repair the hernia. So, yeah, I would talk to your doctor or like maybe the surgeon that would know better. I have no idea if the mesh they put in from the surgery is weaker or you have to be a little more careful to like not tear it again. I've known bodybuilders and powerlifters that have gotten the hernia surgery and like it fixed it. They can lift like they do normally. So I would assume there's nothing really to worry about. But thanks, dude. Easy. All right, that's still a warm-up. You seem to be in a good mood today. Yeah, I took more Tren. All right, I think I went up to like 195 last time. So let's or no, maybe it was a bit more. So that'll be 205. Let's just start with 205 to be safe.
I'm using compounds alongside 300 tester per week that you aren't fond of, ball, nandrolone. When doing single arm lat pull downs I noticed stiff nipples, some sensitivity also. I can't feel stiff breast tissue just yet, however is this a sign of gyno?
So nandrolone has a progestogenic effect. It's basically synthetic progesterone. And what that'll do is it will directly act on breast tissue through the progesterone receptor, and it also makes your estrogen receptor a bit more sensitive. So if you combine test with nandrolone, you are going to be more prone to nipple sensitivity and gyno. Nipple sensitivity is fine. It's normal to have like more erect, stiff nipples if you're taking androgens. What you don't want is if below the nipple you're feeling a hard lump forming, especially if you can tell it's radiating out from around the nipple. Usually when you start forming breast tissue like that, it actually hurts. Like you'll feel sharp stabbing pains. If you're feeling sharp stabbing pains, that means you're absolutely developing gyno. What a lot of people get confused about too is you can get puffy nipples where it's kind of like there's water underneath the nipple. That's not breast tissue forming. That's just the gland kind of being inflamed, and it can it basically just stores like some fluid under the nipple. I get that sometimes. But yeah, if you get sharp pains around your nipple, that's a absolute sure sign gyno's developing. And if you notice that there's a hard lump forming like beneath the nipple or around the nipple, then yeah, that's gyno forming. But if it's just sensitive, your nipples are getting erect, and sometimes it looks a little puffy, then that's not gyno. But yeah, if you run higher doses of nandrolone alongside testosterone, especially if you're combining that with D-ball, yeah, you're going to be much more prone to developing gyno. Nandrolone and D-ball would, along with testosterone, that is absolutely a recipe for gyno, which is why I don't recommend people doing that. And by the way, there's absolutely no fucking reason to use D-ball. It's just a fucking dog shit drug. I don't know why the fuck you're using that. If you want to run an oral, just run Anavar. D-ball converts, it aromatizes, but it aromatizes into methyl estrogen, which is a much more potent form of estrogen. So it especially along with fucking nandrolone, like what the fuck? I don't know why you're doing that. But I hope that helps. Thanks, CT. Why does TRT cause gyno? It doesn't. I think you mean to ask, why does testosterone cause gyno? It's because of aromatization. You're going to increase your estrogen levels. So if your estrogen levels go too high, yeah, it's going to form breast tissue, but it's very easy to control that. All right, let's fucking do this. I'd say that's perfect.
I compiled a list on your similarities to Jason Blaha. 1. Both balding. 2. Both unemployed. 3. Both no college degrees. 4. Both socially awkward, no real friendships, and never been publicly seen with an attractive woman. Continued.
That's nice. Thanks, dude. Yeah, D-ball's stupid. I don't see the point of ever running D-ball. Literally no fucking reason to run D-ball at all. I get better strength gains from 50 milligrams of Anadrol than Tren. You're probably going to have to take higher doses of Tren to get the strength benefits. But I'd say Tren is a way better strength drug. It's just that you have to take a higher dose. Ugh.
Hopping off the stream for a bit to hit the gym. Have a good rest for your workout. Flexed biceps emoji.
All right, well, thanks, dude. Hope you have a good workout.
Five. Both basement dwellers who home gyms. 6. Both stream live and upload almost daily. 7. Both lazy as fuck lifters who take 5 to 10 minute rest between sets. 8. Both can't squat. Chicken leg with laughably weak lower bodies.
That's nice. Thanks, dude. Jason Blaha says sleeves and wraps hurt your joints. Is that bullshit? Yeah, that's total bullshit. Like, I don't know why you're listening to anything Blaha says. He's just retarded. Like he's actually genuinely retarded. Did Tren affect your blood markers? Not sure yet. Haven't gotten a blood test yet. What are some high protein alternatives? Stop eating meat. Tofu and soy chunks. Watch my latest vlog that I uploaded. I go over like soy chunks. They're way cheaper than any meat you can buy. They have better macros than chicken. They're lower in fat and have about the same amount of protein. They're like, again, dirt fucking cheap. They're practically free. And they're easy to make. Like, they're not gross, slimy, weird pieces of fucking meat. And really easy to cook. I show how to cook them in that vlog. Yeah, soy chunks are fucking based. Why did you choose Tren over other drugs, Great Broccoli Lord? Well, Tren's particularly good when you're dieting. So I was kind of interested in taking Tren because I'm dieting right now. Glad I did. I was worried about Tren, but dude, I feel fucking great on Tren. Like it's just made me so much more fucking mellow and chill. It's a really fucking powerful drug too. You really make a lot of fucking gains on it. Like, it's ridiculously strong. It's actually no joke.
Why are Dr. Michael Greger and Dr. Furman so obsessed with low protein and saying don't eat too much soy, it raises IGF-1 and will shorten lifespan? Are we vegans supposed to be skinny and frail and live 5 years longer? Wow, how great. Soy rocks. The studies on tofu and estrogen only showed negatives when consumed in absurd amounts, but if majority of your diet is soy, doesn't it add up to be negative?
There's absolutely no research indicating that any levels of soy have any negative effects in human beings. So that's not true. Thanks, question. You can eat as much soy as you want. Michael Greger and Furman are fucking retards. So, one, soy consumption is associated with lower instances of breast and prostate cancer. So them saying it raises IGF-1, therefore it increases cancer risk, is just fucking retarded.
9. Both steroids abusers. 10. Both with dead YouTube channels with minimal engagement. 11. Both make empty threats of violence but don't do shit in real life. Any suggestions for number 12?
I don't know, have annoying trolls that follow them. Thanks, dude. Yeah, so Greger and Furman are just fucking morons. Look, neither of them lift, neither of them are in fucking shape. They're both pencil neck fucking weaklings, and they're just saying bullshit. Like, who fucking cares? Thanks though, Edward. Does trend shrink your libido? Most people find that it has a massive libido boost. I found it really hasn't changed my libido. The only thing that I have noticed is that the floor for arousal is a little lower. So I get aroused a little easier, but other than that, it hasn't really affected my libido. Anavar does help build muscle. Every steroid's going to help build muscle. It's not particularly strong, so it's not going to build as much muscle as like testosterone, but it will build muscle. I've noticed it's very good for strength, and it does have a noticeable cosmetic benefit where it makes you look harder and leaner. But yeah, Anavar is a pretty good strength drug. Just not as good at building muscle mass. And yeah, it will crash your HDL. It will lower your HDL like crazy. I like Anavar. It's a great pre-workout. Yeah, it's better than any pre-workout I've used. What's the ISO at? I think that's still good. Best oral steroid, Anavar, by far. It's very benign, least liver toxic. The only thing it really does is crashes your HDL, but it's very safe. Like, they used to use Anavar pretty commonly to treat children with stunted growth, so that should tell you how safe it is. Like, if they're comfortable with giving it to children, then it's pretty damn safe. Ooh. All right. That's good. That'll be the last set. Now we'll just do decline, and then we're done with chest. Yeah, I want to move to the States. I want to move to Florida. I think Florida would be pretty much perfect for me. Good weather, can go to Disney World, lots of guns, could walk around with a concealed staccato, blow away any fucking criminal assholes. So I think Florida would be pretty much perfect for me. Dude, just like not having to deal with winter. Oh my god, that would be fucking incredible. Like, holy shit, I hate winter. You have no idea. Could you take cholesterol pills to boost your HDL? There's no such thing as cholesterol pills. I just gotta check my phone real quick. Okay. Thought I got some notifications. Nothing important. Florida, does that mean we'll be seeing you on the Fresh and Fit pod debating? I seriously doubt they'd ever want me on. They're afraid of me. I offered to debate Myron, and he didn't want to. They're kind of dumb, pathetic cowards, and they know it. So, yeah, I don't think I'll end up being on Fresh and Fit. Thanks, though, dude. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, they used to use Anavar for burn victims. For whatever reason, the FDA removed it from their approved drug list. I have no fucking idea why. It's beyond stupid. Oh yeah, they don't give a shit about steroids in Florida. Half the cops are on them. They don't really care about steroids in any state. They're all after potheads and fent addicts. That's it. It's funny, like weed of all drugs, they give a shit about. It just makes no sense. Ugh.
It's crazy that I haven't watched you since I was a teen. Looking androgenic AF dog. Glad to be back here.
All right, well, glad to see you back, dude. We're making crazy fucking gains lately. Thanks, Rubik's. All right, last session, I think we did 185 on the flat or on decline. I can probably do a little bit more than that. Let's try like 195. I think I can get at least 8 with that. Marijuana is a drug. It's just that it's not a drug that anybody should really give a shit about. Giving people a life sentence for fucking weed is just fucking crazy. You know, it's kind of crazy how we, like, as good as America is for freedom, like, it's just fucking nuts that this day and age we're locking people up for fucking weed. It's like there's no true free society anywhere, you know? Ugh. Police in Florida are called to deal with a gator. They capture it and release it back into the wild. Ironically, so it can go and hurt and kill other living beings. I know sometimes they shoot gators if they actually attack and kill humans. But, you know, even though they're carnivores, I kind of like gators. They just look fucking cool, you know? Just look like super fucking mean and nasty. How much of a pain will it be to move to Florida? I have no idea. Like, once I actually get serious about, like, looking into moving there, I guess I'll figure it out. I'd probably have to hire, like, an immigration lawyer and stuff. Yeah, I've used weed before. I still rarely but occasionally use THC and CBD gummies for sleep. I haven't had to use them in quite a while, but you know, I do use them sometimes. Yeah, Ron, your comments are visible. Are you moving to Florida because you won't play GTA 6? No, it's more to do with the good weather and the guns. Yeah, in Canada, they only let criminals carry guns, unfortunately. You can tolerate tofu quite well, but get explosive diarrhea from soy ice cream. It's probably something else in the soy ice cream that's causing the diarrhea. You might not have it with certain brands. Will you debate me over Islam? No, I'm not going to debate you whether or not it's okay to rape 9-year-olds. My mind is already set on that. I was always told you're a retard and a lolcow, but the more I see of you, the more I think you're an alright dude and people are retarded. Yeah, I get that a lot. When people actually get to kind of know me, they realize that I'm fairly sensible. But thanks. Did you ever go to the UK? Like, I'd visit. There's like the vegan camp out and stuff. Like, I'd probably go to that at some point. If the soy ice cream has xylitol, that could cause the issue. Xylitol is notorious for that. Yeah, it could be it. Sometimes, like gore gum or some of those thickening agents, those can cause diarrhea in some people too. Oh. My girlfriend currently lives in Australia, but she's moving here.
Do you get along with vegans or meat eaters more? How's the community overall? Cool people?
It's very mixed. I would say if I were to go to your average vegan activist group, I'd probably get along with less of them than I would your average, like, say, gym bro, lifter, bodybuilder, power lifter type dude. It's just a lot of crazy lefty lunatic white chicks. So, yeah, if you ignore the vegan issue, I'd probably get along with more meat eaters that are like kind of within, like, spaces where I share hobbies. So, like, dudes who are into tactical or comp shooting, racing, motorcyclists, lifters, bodybuilders, stuff like that. I'd get along with more of them than I would your average vegan activist group. But thanks, dude. Oh. All right, one more. Yeah, I'm using my cell phone. That's why it may be buffering and stuff. My internet's out. I'm getting a new modem on Friday. So everything should be back to normal Friday. I'm not, like, I don't know if I'm going to stream tonight. Because if you guys are already having issues with, like, buffering and stuff, if I start trying to react to videos and crap like that while also streaming, I don't know if it's really going to work. Oh yeah, England's a fucking shithole. The asylum seeker thing, oh my fucking god. Anybody with half a fucking brain can see that these people are fake refugees. They're just coming into the country to get like free welfare checks. And like, oh, we need to help them. Oh, they're coming from war-torn countries. No, they're fucking fine. They just want free money. Send them the fuck back home. Do you think it makes any sense to switch between dumbbells and barbells for benching, or should you just stick to one type, like between workouts? Barbells are going to help build more muscle just because you can use more weight. You can just load them heavier. They're going to put more tension on the muscle. The reason you'd use dumbbells is to, one, just increase the total amount of volume you're doing. So going from, say, a flat barbell bench to a flat or inclined dumbbell bench, that just lets you add more volume in a workout. Or if you're going to have, say, one workout where you do, barbell bench, the next workout you do dumbbells, it's a way of mitigating stress and preventing injury. If you bench very heavy each session, you may not be giving your body enough time to recover. So using a strategy like that where you use heavier barbell lifts at the beginning of the week and then lighter dumbbell lifts at the end of the week, that can be a good strategy for recovery and preventing injuries. But barbells are going to be superior just from like a pure hypertrophy and strength standpoint. But yeah, dumbbells are good for just adding in some additional volume. Yeah, I do incline bench. We just did incline. Right now we're doing decline. Ugh. Do you regret getting a vasectomy? No. I got a vasectomy to not have kids, and I have not had kids. So it worked for the intention that I got it for. So I don't know why I'd regret it. It's been more than a couple years. I got my vasectomy when I was 23, and I'm 35 now, so it's been about 12 years. It's more than a couple years. How did you lose 70 pounds in 3 months? Pure suffering. So I only ate 850 calories a day, and I was training for about 3 hours a day. Was it a protein-sparing modified fast? Pretty much. The only difference was I did eat a little bit of carbohydrates. So I'd have like either an apple in the morning or like a blueberry smoothie, something like that. How often did you do refeeds? Basically once a month. The way it worked out was there were like vegan festivals going on around that time. So like I'd diet for a month and there'd be like a veg fest or something, and then I'd just eat whatever I wanted at the veg fest. And then I'd diet like for another month and there'd be like some other event going on. So it was just like one refeed day a month. Yes, vasectomies are permanent. Oh, all right. And that's chest done. Now we're going to move to shoulders. You seem more positive this stream? Yeah, I think it's because I'm on more Tren. Tren puts me in a better mood. As funny as that sounds. For whatever reason, I have a paradoxical effect from Tren where everyone else gets moody and crazy and paranoid and rage, but I actually end up getting really good positive mental health effects from Tren. No, I don't intermittent fast. I have basically 3 meals per day. Breakfast, then I do my training, then I have just protein shake after the workout, and then I make dinner. Wait, is this tight enough? Oh. Fucking right. We getting jacked. Oh, I'm not shaving my chest. I'm not a girl. All right, time to lift some more heavy shit. Right now, I weigh 225. What muscle group has grown the most since going on roids? I don't know if I can really say there's been one muscle group that's grown more than any other. What I have noticed is, like, I've had some body parts that no matter how strong I got on them, they just wouldn't pop, and I get like 3D and big. Particularly my triceps. I got really strong triceps, but they wouldn't get 3D. But now they've noticeably like grown a lot and they pop a lot more. But just everything's gotten bigger. Also, like same with my lats. Like I got really strong on pull-ups and everything, but like my lats just wouldn't like pop. But now they're really popping. But yeah, just about everything has grown like a fuck ton. Yeah, my traps also. I had pretty good traps, but now they're like just absolutely fucking pop like crazy. This is absolutely the single best exercise for delts, I would say. Um, even when I was natural, I noticed these really blew up my delts. God tier delt exercise. We were literally just benching. What do you mean, do I still bench? What do you think about Brian Johnson? Seems to say 95% of ingredients in modern foods are going to kill you and shit. He seems to be hyper neurotic about food additives. I'm not really big into that. Um, I think the kind of eating pattern where you're not really eating foods that have additives in them are just naturally going to make you healthier because you're just not eating processed food. But I wouldn't hyperfixate on some of these food additives. It's just not a big deal. What's the name of this exercise? I call them incline laterals. We just warming up right now. Thoughts on eating things like genuine free range eggs, milk, cheese? Guess what? All those animals still get their throats slit open. So, yeah, that's a no go. Just because you give them a bit of extra free room before you kill them doesn't make it okay. All right. Let's add some more weight. Oh yeah, UK is way more beta than Canada. You guys are like hyper fucking gay tards. Oh, get out of the UK while you still can. That country is in a fucking never-ending death spiral. Just get out of the UK while you still can. No, I am not natural. I have used most of the steroids. Maybe not literally most of them, but, you know, quite a few. What if you raise them personally like your own pets and let them die naturally? Well, usually when you're talking about getting animals like that, you're buying them from a breeder, so you're supporting like animal exploitation. So unless they're like rescued, I don't see how that would be ethical. And you can't have cows produce milk without getting them pregnant. So again, that's just animal exploitation.
Without supplementation, can you reach all nutritional goals through vegan diet? The common vegan deficiencies. For someone that can't afford to buy supplements and can only eat whole foods.
So first of all, meat, dairy, and eggs are more expensive. So saying that you can't afford supplements but you can afford to eat meat, that makes absolutely no sense. And the only supplement you need as a vegan is B12, which is literally the cheapest supplement. If you buy it in bulk, I think it's like $5. It's as cheap as $5 a year. So, yeah, that makes no sense. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Out of the steroids you've tried, which one did you like the most? It's it's hard to say which one you like the most. Like every steroid, like if you're on steroids, you have to take testosterone. So that's the base of any kind of performance enhancement, testosterone. If we're talking about like outside of testosterone, what I've felt like makes me feel the best and that I get the most benefit from, I'd have to say Boldenone and Tren. Boldenone just makes me feel great. It gives me this really nice feeling of well-being. And Tren has just made me really fucking mellow and chill and has helped a lot with my sleep. Like I can basically sleep on command now and just way more relaxed on it and just friendlier. Like test makes you feel a lot better. When I just went on test, I felt really great, but Boldenone and Tren.
If you say you only B12 as vegan, why do you take the vitamins that you do?
Because the way I eat, I require more supplementation. Thanks, Ethical Diet. Ugh. Yeah, it doesn't mean any vegan diet doesn't require other supplementation, just like how any diet that includes meat wouldn't require supplementation. Like there's just certain supplements you're going to benefit from given what kind of diet you follow. Ooh. Yeah, my plan is to compete in a bodybuilding show next year. Yeah, I take zinc. uh, every dude should be taking zinc at least 25 milligrams a day, up to 50 milligrams. Zinc is a really important mineral for androgen receptors to function properly. So if you're on steroids, you want to get the most out of the steroid gains, you should be supplementing with zinc. Input on GTA 6 leaks. The game doesn't... It's a GTA 6 game. They've basically been making games for filthy casuals, so I'm not really looking forward to it because GTA 5 sucked. Red Dead Redemption 2 sucked, so this game's probably going to be garbage. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. So that's good. Right shoulder's healing. It's able to use 10 more pounds compared to last week. Oh. BG versus Kratos in a fight. Maybe God of War 4 Kratos, I could take him on. God of War 3 Kratos, though, no. Sverige never lost his old channel. He just privated it, basically. Not exactly sure why he did that. Oh yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is so boring and shit. You did nothing in that game. Every mission sucked. No, I've never eaten lab-grown meat. You ever considered acting? Yeah, I'd like to. It'd be cool to, like, be in action movies and shit. This exercise is fucking hard when you start loading it pretty heavy. Just, it requires like a lot of tension around your core. And yeah, it ends up taking a lot out of you. All right. I'm just gonna chalk up my hands again. Ooh. Oh. Oh. No, I'm not a fake vegan. I'm just a vegan on steroids. What's your driving pet peeve? The thing that annoys me the most is when you're just driving along, somebody speeds up in front of you and cuts you off, and then they take the exit ramp. There's literally no reason for them to cut you off. They could have just safely lane changed, gone behind you, and then took the exit ramp, but for no fucking reason, they cut you off and then just take the exit. That probably annoys me more than anything. And then, of course, you just have, like, dumb cunts who are, like, doing their makeup while driving and shit like that. Like, that's obviously stupid, but... yeah. Yeah, I saw Solomon Nelson's video about Mike's book. Mike Isertel's a fucking idiot. Yeah, I could take on Michael Myers. I think that's a movie monster I could definitely take on. All right, left arm now. Ooh. Thoughts on Vigorous Steve? He has some good content, and he has some really stupid takes. I wouldn't recommend watching Vigorous Steve if you're just getting into performance enhancement. He's not a really good resource for that. Like, I think you need a bit more knowledge to be able to determine what things he's saying are sensible and what else is, like, bullshit. Do you have the video about why you hopped on gear? No, I haven't made it yet. Basically, the only thing that was preventing me from taking steroids is because I thought they were like super fucking dangerous and you're gonna die at like 30. But once I realized they're safe, low risk, I went on. Curious about your gym setup. Are you renting a large storage unit or is that a garage setup? This is the basement. This is just the basement of the house I'm renting.
Any peptide/supplement recommendations for dealing with loose skin during extreme weight loss? I stopped from doing the gear just cause of the estrogen battle that would be get healthier and then begin cycle. What's her short-term and long-term goals? Like when you were natty it was 405 bench. Any 1 rep max goals?
Don't have any 1 rep max goals. I'm just focusing on gradually increasing my lifts over time with working sets. My focus right now is I want to get a physique like Kazuya from Tekken 8. That's my physique goal. So it's basically just all bodybuilding focused, and I'm planning on competing next year. But yeah, the long-term goal is to basically get a physique that looks like Kazuya from Tekken 8. But thanks, 6 foot. I don't think there's really going to be much you can do about loose skin. Loose skin does tend to tighten up over time. You might get a benefit from something like GHKCU. And they do make topical creams that have GHKCU that you might want to rub around those areas that are kind of loose. It might help with tightening up the skin, but it's like a big maybe. Again, generally over time, your skin tends to tighten up, but if you have a lot of loose skin, the only way you're going to get rid of that is like through surgery, if it's a lot. So that's really the only thing I can think of. So like just some collagen boosting peptides like GHKCU. Other than that, like, yeah, it may just take a bit of time for your skin to tighten up, and you may have so much loose skin that you're just gonna need surgery. When did he turn 50? Right, I'm gonna take you seriously. I look like a 50-year-old. Uh-huh. You must know a lot of really healthy, fit 50-year-olds if you think I look like 50. Oh, let me see. What can I say to make him feel bad about himself? Oh, failed. Try trolling harder, dude. Maybe make fun of my small calves. Maybe that'll make me feel bad. Mm. 120 to 80 kilograms 1 year, so what would that be? 40 kilos, so that's like over 80 pounds. No loose skin, natural, had to do 1K sit-ups a day. GHKCU is too expensive, I put that shit on my face.
So you may not be streaming later, VG.
Yeah, I don't know if it's such a great idea. Like, I don't have much bandwidth on my phone. So if, like, this stream is already buffering here and there, I don't know if a normal React stream would be a great idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, Greg Dessette's 50. Like, I do not look anywhere near as old as Greg. And Greg looks great for 50. You're not going to find many 50-year-olds who look as good as Greg. We'll do one more set. And we'll do some rear delts. Greg is not claiming natural. He's just on TRT. No, haven't tested my 1 rep max bench. I don't want to tear a pec. Cycling does not make your calves bigger.
Lol, I used to watch VG crap on steroid users, then turn around and watch Rich Piana get bigger by the day. Good times. Glad to see the growth, both mentally and physically. I'm trying to follow suit.
I'd criticize fake natties. I wouldn't, like, make fun of somebody just for using steroids. But, thanks, Rubik's. Why not do what you're doing standing up with cables? Well, 1, I don't have a cable machine, and 2, it's just not the same kind of movement. Quads are getting bigger, making leg gains. Yeah, they're not as pencily as they used to be. So, you know, leg gains coming along. All right. Last set. Oh. Ooh. Fuck yeah. That's how you get big delts. Oh. People are saying I look like I aged like 20 years because that's the only thing they can think of to, you know, try to make me feel bad to make up for their own insecurities. They can't say I'm fat. They can't say I'm weak and small. So that's all they can really come up with. It's just an insecurity thing. Oh, I gotta take this off. When are you moving to Florida? I have no idea. I'd just like to. Ah, fuck. It'd be nice if you could just show them a card that you're not Muslim or crazy, and then you could just move wherever you want. Just have a non-Muslim, not crazy ID card, and then you can just travel wherever you want, live wherever you want. I don't see why they can't do that. Why are pro-Palestine people in vegan marches? Because they're fucking cunts. That's why. They just try to insert themselves wherever the fuck they can. They're just communists. Just a bunch of dumb bitch white girls who went to college. It's just what these commies do. They try to infiltrate every kind of group they can. And yeah, they just get into these vegan spaces. I know that you say happiness is a choice, but due to current circumstances in life, my depression just came back. Happiness just went out in the window. Look, shit gets in the way, and shit will definitely test you. But the idea that your own will can't overcome external forces, I just completely reject that idea. I think if you did genuinely try, it may be hard, it might take a lot of practice, and it's something that you have to work on, but I do think your own will can overcome whatever life throws at you. So again, if it's all in your head, it's all in your head, right? So yeah, I still think happiness is a choice. It's just that, yeah, life will throw shit at you and it'll test you, but your own will can overcome anything. And it only works if you believe it, right? If you convince yourself that you have to be miserable, then you're going to be miserable. But if you believe in yourself that, you know, your own will and mindset can overcome anything, then now that power is available to you. Just going to do one more quick warm up. Easy peasy. All right. What do you think of Hindus or Indian people? Well, you know, religion's fucking stupid. You know, there's some Indian people that are cool, there's some Indian people that are fucking retarded, just like everywhere else. I don't really judge people based on them being Indian or not. Still have that strange cramp coming back around my back. I don't know what the deal with that is. It's not that big of a deal. We're not really weighting the spine. Yeah, I do static stretches. I stretch every day. When I get up in the morning, just have a little stretching routine. Yeah, I think moving to Florida is an obtainable goal. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I've never been busted for meth or anything, and I don't have a criminal record. So there's not really anything obvious that would be in the way. Should challenge Dark Matter to a cage match. I don't know who that guy is. I think I've heard of him before.
As long as you can breathe, you've got a chance. Focus on what's in front of you and not what's behind. Regret nothing but taking the chance to be better. One day at a time. If you're not happy with your life, do one thing today to be better tomorrow.
Goddamn right. Words of wisdom, dude. Thanks for the donation, God. Again, I think people get it stuck in their head that they're in a situation they can't escape, or you know, they get in that rut pattern. You know, you can always fight your way out of a bad situation. Thanks, God. All right. Big rear delt time. Just pinching my skin in a weird way. All right, that felt good. Let's add a little bit more weight. I have a friend who I could hook you up with in Florida. He's starting a vegan retreat, and then he's starting a vegan food delivery company.
Holy shit, you're so fucking stupid. You do know that you need more than not having a criminal background check to get into the US. You literally wouldn't qualify for any visa that allows you to stay in the States long term. You're completely delusional.
That's nice. I don't care. I'll talk to an immigration lawyer, not you, for advice. Do you have a G6 PD deficiency? I have no idea what that is. Awesome meditation for anxiety, anger issues, blah, blah, blah. You can try it. If you benefit from meditating, then you benefit from meditating. Just gonna skip this song on my phone. There we go. Oh, oh, that's fucking good. What movement would you credit most of your trap development? Shrugs. Yeah, you're probably not going to get big traps unless you do heavy shrugs. Ever thought about working the IT field? No, since I have no fucking education or training in it. I also don't find it particularly interesting. Holy shit! It's been 3 hours already? Oh fuck, we have so much more to do. Okay, I must have been spending way more time answering comments than I thought. Holy fucking shit. No wonder I'm feeling drained. Oh. All right, we'll do one more with that weight, and then basically do a drop set. My workout sessions are usually 2.5 to 3 hours, but yeah, we still have a fair bit to do. I don't know if I just did a lot more sets than I fucking thought I did, or if I just took way more time answering comments than normal. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Hey there. How are you doing? This is my nice kitty. Yeah, that's a good baby. What would you do if you couldn't do YouTube anymore? I guess, move to Kick or something? I don't know. Wow, look how handsome. That's what I'd call a good kitty. Hey, Gum Gum. It's a good baby. Just looking around. Ugh. Yeah, I've seen Borat. Like, who hasn't seen that movie? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. We getting big as fuck. Do you split your weekly testos? I inject daily. I inject everything daily. Okay, let's see if my shoulders are good enough to do, like the seated laterals I was doing before. Yes, I'm still vegan, and I'm still an asshole about it. All right. Why am I on testosterone? Was there an injury or condition? You know, people take steroids like to get big and strong, right? All right, that feels pretty okay on my shoulder. Yep, I'm gonna eat soy chunks today. I've already got them ready. They've been boiling in the Instant Pot. So I'm gonna make that right after the workout. Soy chunks are fucking base, dude. Fucking love soy chunks. All right. We'll try 30 pounds. See how that feels. I'm really glad my shoulder's improving. That was a really bad kind of injury. I've never had my shoulder like that fucked up. Like, I literally had trouble wiping my ass. I was worried like I really fucked something up, but it's just like impingement thing. I've been doing rehab exercises, and that's been helping a lot. Just didn't expect you to. Why'd you start? Well, I used to think steroids were like super dangerous, but I just learned more about them, so. If you can get way more jacked with minimal health risks, figured I'd go on them. Oh, all right. Worst injury you've had? Well, I had an E. coli infection in my knee. That was from a previous surgery. I had patellar dislocation where my kneecap would dislocate. I got a surgery to correct that. The surgery actually worked, but I ended up getting an E. coli infection from the surgery, and they almost had to amputate my leg. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and I was on IV antibiotics for an extra 2 months, and I was just totally bedridden. I did get to miss school, though, so that was good. And I got really fucking good at Call of Duty. Like, autistically super fucking good at Call of Duty. Yeah, it was probably the hospital's fault. The issue was, like, my mom talked to a lawyer, and they just said, you're not really going to be able to prove it. The circumstances were really weird. I got the infection about 2 months after the surgery. I think it was 2 or 3 months after the surgery, so because it didn't happen immediately after, yeah, I didn't end up suing. And that's why my left knee's been, like, fucked for so long. Are short people more likely to have adverse effects from steroids? I don't think height has anything to do with it. Yeah, I'm planning on competing next year. Back when I had the knee surgery and the E. coli infection, that's when MW2 was the latest COD. So yeah, I was playing a crazy amount of MW2. Well, Frank never actually wins his lawsuits, so I wouldn't kind of take his advice. Yeah, dude, that E. coli infection hurt like a motherfucker. That was so fucking ungodly painful. Ooh. Well, I got the infection from a previous surgery. Yeah, it was dirty medical equipment. Apparently, it was a strain of E. coli that's really common on medical equipment because it apparently it's like really sticky and it's resistant to a lot of sterilization. So yeah, I got a really really bad antibiotic resistant strain of E. coli. I was on 3 different IV antibiotics at once. What major opportunity you regret not taking? I actually heard about Bitcoin pretty early on, and I never bought any, so I guess that's the only one. That'd have been sick being a Bitcoin billionaire. What hospital did you get the infection from? I can't remember. It was somewhere near Toronto. Yeah, dude, investing early in Bitcoin, that'd have been fucking dope. Yeah, Call of Duty used to be like actually good. MW2, Black Ops. Black Ops 2 is pretty good as well. Hopefully the new COD's like actually good. I'm actually kind of excited. It looks like they put effort into this one. I mined Bitcoin for just one day during like 2008. Ended up being worth like 300 when I found out about it a few years ago. Should have mined more. Yeah, imagine. Oh. All right, not bad. Might be able to do front raises seated. See if my shoulder feels good enough for it. Stop mining because my retarded older brother said it wasn't worth the electricity, even though he was wrong, even at the time, it seems. Shit. Is it raining outside? I think it's raining again.
How you doing, stud?
Great, I feel like $1,000,000. I upped my dose of Tren again, and my mood's improved again. It's kind of funny. The more Tren I take, the better I feel. Like, I literally feel healthier on Tren. Just my mood is elevated so much and my sleep is so much better. Like, I actually feel healthier on Tren. That'd be sick if I had like some weird gene where like Tren doesn't do anything wrong with me. Like it doesn't negatively affect my lipids, doesn't damage any of my organs. Dude, I'd just stay on Tren like fucking indefinitely. That'd be great. Thanks, 13. Do you like Elon Musk? No, he's dumb as shit. Really fucking stupid. Ah, yeah, that kind of bothers my shoulder. We'll do these standing. Ugh. I'm gonna skip this song again. I have to keep my phone by the window so that I get a good connection. There we go. Tren is great for cardio. I'm not sure exactly where the idea that Tren causes breathing problems came from.
That's Trentastic. Glad to hear you doing well.
Well, thank you, 13. Appreciate the donation, dude. Like, you can get Tren Cough. I think that's mostly just from Tren Ace. But, yeah, Tren actually improved my cardio quite a bit. Yeah, Teslas are literally the worst cars on the fucking market. Like, maybe Kias are worse, sort of, but Teslas are just built like shit. They also have the most horrendous customer service you can possibly imagine. Basically, none of the Tesla dealers know how to fix their own cars. So they'll just say, your car's irreparable, buy a new one. Just fucked. I knew a guy who had an issue with his brake rotors. And the Tesla dealer said, we're not covering this under warranty. You drove the car wrong. It's like, wow. Brand new car. Had it for like 2 weeks. And they gave him like defective rotors. No, I don't own a Tesla. I'm not a retard. Buy a car like that. How does such a dumb person like Elon Musk become rich? He was born rich.
If I'm tired of doing overhead press, can I just do front raises and side raises for shoulders? I'm only working out for muscle. Seems like it should substitute fine.
Yeah, it would be fine. I think for overall shoulder health, you should at least incorporate some overhead pressing movements.
Does jerking off feel better on roids?
Yeah, I have more penile sensitivity. Thanks, Axel. I'd still incorporate some overhead press movements just because I think it's beneficial for overall shoulder health, but yeah, you can do that. Thanks, 13. Ugh. I take Tren and Enthate. Yeah, I don't take Trenace. Well, thank you, Cursed. I am trening hard. Tesla FSD is currently the best. That's kind of debatable. Debatable in a lot of ways. For one thing, calling it full self-driving is a misnomer. it cannot do FSD. So it's basically just a very advanced form of lane keep assist at this point. It's not full self-driving. And it has a tendency to just do crazy random shit. So is there lightning outside? It's been raining on and off all day. All right. Last set for shoulders.
Sup goat, you're looking massive love from Ohio.
Well, thank you, dude. I am trying my best to become as wide as possible. Thanks again, man. All right. Now we got to do triceps. What are we at? 3.5 hours? See if we can get to 4 hours. Oh boy. Do I ever need to eat a meal? I'm gonna have some cream of wheat with protein powder first, and then I'm gonna make my soy curls. I stubbed my toe and it hurts. Should I hop on test? Yes. Clearly, you'd be complaining less about that if you were on test.
Dude, I just got here. Plaza do another hour. Take my money.
I'll try my best. We'll see. Thanks, 13. I haven't been able to do too many tricep movements, like just pushdowns, because of the shoulder problems I've been having. I can try doing some other stuff after the pushdowns, and maybe that'll take us to another hour. Thanks, though, dude. Would you try shrooms again? I'm not completely opposed to doing mushrooms again. It's just that right now I don't have any interest in doing them again. Because I got the benefit that I needed from them. And psychedelic drug use does have potential risks. So right now, because I don't see a good possibility of any benefit, and there are risks that exist, I'm just not going to do them now. So maybe if circumstances change, I feel like I could benefit from them later, then I'll do it, but right now, don't really have an interest. No, the steroids I'm on are not in any way affecting my mental health negatively. They've only been a positive. Even Tren. Actually, especially Tren. Shansbra got bigger recently. Don't know if he's on steroids or not. I mean, he probably is. That guy is, like, just fucked. I don't know why he doesn't just lock in and just train. Dude, that guy, like, does so much fucking drugs and alcohol and shit. Just uses his body like a fucking trash can. Like, he'd be healthier if he just did steroids. Rather than, like, alcohol and whatever other fucking shit he's doing. Like, all the shitty food he eats. Yeah, Shans has crazy fucking genetics. Like, he could get really seriously fucking monstrously huge if he wanted.
What made you want to try Tren? How long you been on it?
It's been a month and almost 3 weeks now. There's two reasons. One, I was dieting, and Tren's like known as a good diet drug. It helps accelerate fat loss. Really good for muscle preservation when dieting. And two, I just got back from Australia where, you know, I was able to be with my girlfriend for the first time, and then leaving, her being gone, I was kind of like a little down. So I figured I'd try Tren and maybe it would give me some like rage and motivation and stuff. And I'd kind of like not think about, you know, kind of being down from missing my girlfriend. So those are the two main reasons. Glad I did it, because feel fucking great on it and been making a lot of progress. Thanks, 13. I'm planning on competing next year. I want to get bigger first, and I want to balance out my physique a little more. My legs are a little lacking. My legs have grown a lot lately, but you know, I want to have a realistic kind of chance of like winning a show. So just want to get bigger and just have a bit more of a balanced physique first. I think by next year I should be ready. What part of the tricep do these work? All of them. There's a single insertion point for your tricep, so you're working all the heads. Oh, there's a cat. Hey, cat. You guys see that cat? He's a good cat. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Oh no, he's not coming here. Gum Gum. What are you doing? Looking around. Oh, he's drinking water. I like starting off tricep movements with really high reps. Just helps warm up the elbow joint. You're less likely to get like fucked up and just have like really bad sharp pains and tendonitis and shit. If I just move right into really heavy sets, just kind of murders the elbow joint. Hope you do more of these lives for non-channel members. Well, all the streams, the VOD is only accessible for members, but all my streams, as long as you're here for the stream, anybody can watch. You don't have to be a member to actually watch the stream. But I film, like I do live streams of pretty much every single workout I do. Like it's I'd say at least 90%, probably closer to 99% of the time I stream my workouts. Any tips for muscle imbalance on the arms? Everyone has an arm that's bigger than the other. Literally everybody. So honestly, I don't think there's really that much you can do about it. You can try favoring one arm over the other, doing slightly more volume for one arm.
Not trolling, are you and Pat still together? Terry's rumors going around.
Yes, we're still together. I just bought her a Cybergun Desert Eagle airsoft pistol as a gift. If you check out my latest Instagram post, you can see her there commenting. But thanks, 13. But yeah, you can try doing a bit more volume or something for one arm, like an extra rep or two, but like everyone's going to have an imbalance from left to right. I don't think there's that much you can do about it, honestly. That's just my take. Like literally everybody, if you look hard enough, there's a difference in left to right. Why do you think Ronnie Coleman got so bad with his back? Well, it seems like he was training through a really bad back injury. He said, like, there was a session he was doing where he felt this loud pop in his fucking back. Like, he heard it. So he got some, like, really bad back injury, and he never stopped training. And he never did anything to fix it, like surgery or anything. He would just go to the chiropractor and get adjustments done, which does fucking nothing. So I think that was the fundamental problem. And apparently, one of the surgeries he had, once he retired, they severed a nerve or something, and there was a complication, and then he needed a few follow-up surgeries, and it just made it, like, worse. So I think that's what was going on. Yeah, Ronnie Coleman was like something else with how he trained. Just absolute fucking beast. Like, I don't think there's anybody who trained with as much volume and intensity as him. All right. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Let's go for an all-time PR. Let's do 3 full plates out of 10. Feel like I got it in me. Elbow's feeling good too. What do you think about Mike Menser? Nothing really to think about. He's just a kind of crazy meth addict. And his training advice was mostly kind of nonsense. I think there's just a lot of lazy people who don't want to train much in the gym, and they're getting sucked into this like stupid Mike Menser do only one set bullshit. All right, all-time PR. Let's fucking go. Lightweight. Fuck yeah, that felt good. Let's do one more of that. Yeah, one thing you really want to do when you're doing tricep pushdowns, you want to keep your elbows back and try to let the bar go as high up as possible. That really stretches and loads the tricep. Makes a huge difference. Did a full day of eating video, but you didn't mention your full macros. Yeah, because I don't think it's really important. No, you're eating 1850 calories, but how much protein, carbs, fats? It's a little over 200 grams of protein.
I've had this weird anxiety lingering all day, but it feels more physical than mental. Tight chest, constant uneasiness and random panic attacks. I thought I'd ask you since you mentioned overcoming depression and similar. Any tips maybe? If not, no worries.
If you're getting physical effects from that are related to anxiety, but you're not really feeling that anxious, you might want to consider going on a beta blocker, especially if that's a consistent thing. Propranolol would probably be the best one for that. Nebivolol might help, but usually propranolol is the one they prescribe for that sort of thing. Also, like again, men who have anxiety issues, it tends to be associated with androgen deficiency, so TRT might be a thing you want to look into, especially if you like have persistent anxiety that doesn't really go away and it doesn't have any like clear root cause. Other than that, like we're all gonna die no matter what you do. So there's not really much point in worrying about anything because you'll be dead anyway. You're not going to have to worry about anything once you're dead, so just try to enjoy life, dude. Don't let shit weigh on you. Thanks though, Bardock. Hope that helps. How often do you train forearms and neck? Train forearms every other day now. I haven't gotten back into neck training yet. I did something to my neck. I think I just slept in a fucking weird way. And yeah, my neck was fucked up and I couldn't train it for a while. Yes, I'm also using peptides. Growth hormone is a peptide. And I also use BPC and TB500. And I also use melanotan. That's why my skin is a lot darker. Yeah, the reason I didn't show my macro breakdown is because it just doesn't fucking matter. I don't track my macros. The only thing I track is protein. I think I got a bit more than 200 grams of protein. It was like probably 210 or 215-ish. That's why I didn't include it in the video. I think people overly obsess about macros. And I'll do one more set as like a burnout with lighter weight. You feel that the peptides are worth using? Well, why do you think I'm using them?
Thanks for the entertaining streams. I like the no-filter raw responses and personality. Streams showed me more of your character. I got banned in chat but I deserved it. Keep killing it, brother. You look the best mentally/physically I've seen of you.
Well, thank you, dude. Appreciate that. If you give me a link to your channel, I can unban you. Thanks, dude. Yeah, buddy, if I'm using the peptides, clearly I think it's worth using. It's kind of why I use toilet paper, too. There's a reason I use toilet paper.
Moderna and Merck said Wednesday that an experimental vaccine treatment has shown signs of preventing cancer from returning or spreading in a study of high-risk melanoma patients. mRNA-based vaccine was tested in a late-stage trial.
Well, that's pretty cool. I'm sure they're gonna find a cure for cancer soon, especially with all the AI kind of like stuff they're using for research. Thanks, Dodo.
Would you recommend HGH Sermorelin for a natural who only cares about building muscle but doesn't want to go on TRT? Is it worth it for that purpose or nah? And would you consider them safe for your health? Thanks.
The only way you're going to get a real noticeable anabolic benefit from using HGH alone is if you're taking really ridiculously high doses. So you're going to have to take at least 18 IUs of human growth hormone in all likelihood to actually build muscle. That's the dose that they use for AIDS patients to prevent muscle wasting. So growth hormone works great alongside other anabolics. But if you're using it alone, you have to take much, much higher doses. Growth hormone is extremely safe. Like, again, they give it to children who have growth disorders.
No, VG. We need to ban AI before we can cure cancer. Because it uses 5% of the water that animal agriculture uses. And the data centers make loud fan noises and pollutes the environment. Plus mRNA is unnatural and unhealthy. So we should not cure cancer.
Yeah, that sounds like something Code Pink would say. Thanks, Dodo. So, if you're going to take growth hormone as a natural, oh my god.
210 protein at your size is pretty amazing. I've been getting 0.8 grams per pound for months and making great gains after lowering it from 1 gram per pound and haven't noticed much difference. What's her experience been with lower versus higher protein?
Like around 0.8 grams per pound or more is better. Like, why would you eat lower protein? It's clearly not a good idea. So the more protein, the better. But yeah, I'd recommend people get at least 0.75 grams. Like, that's where in the research it shows you're probably going to get the most amount of benefit. Thanks, dude. Yeah, so if you're taking growth hormone alone, like, you're going to have to spend a lot more money on growth hormone to get an anabolic benefit. If you're taking it at more reasonable doses that most people could afford, you're going to have, like, recovery benefits. You're going to feel better. Like, growth hormone just makes you feel healthy. You just get a really nice sense of wellness from it, and it helps with recovery. You might also get some lipolysis benefits where you're just more prone to losing body fat. But yeah, if you want like a performance enhancing dose of growth hormone where you're just going to be more jacked, you're probably going to have to take like around 18 IUs per day, which is very high. You can find sources of growth hormone that are about $1 per IU. So if you can afford 18 IUs a day, $18 might not be that bad. That's still a fair bit of money, though.
Speaking of impingement in the shoulder, with how much size you're putting on, does it make you more mindful to work on flexibility? I noticed bodybuilders are extremely stiff when it comes to athleticism. Do you have a stretching regimen?
Yes, I have a stretching routine. I stretch every morning. And impingements have nothing to do with mobility. It's a muscular imbalance inside the shoulder. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, so growth hormone's great. Like, again, if you use it alongside other anabolics, it's extremely powerful. But yeah, alone it doesn't do that much unless you take really, really high mammoth doses. Yeah, I can't do this. I might get like a different bench that doesn't come up as high or something. But yeah, the overhead movements with the shoulder are still like pretty problematic. Maybe I can do this.
4 hours workout must be boring, and what do you have to show for it? You're only about 2% bigger than you would be if you just did a normal 1 to 1.5 hour workout daily.
That's nice. Shit. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna do that.
I was on test for about 2 weeks with daily injections, but it made my anxiety way worse. After stopping, it eased up a bit. Maybe it's mostly mental? I'm basically anxious about getting anxious and panicking, which is exhausting even though I use propanol.
Yeah, I'd say get over it. Thanks for the donation, Bardock. Anxiety doesn't even really fucking exist. Just get over yourself. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Yeah, maybe I'll fuck around and experiment with like some other overhead cable movements or something that I could do, but right now, just with the shoulder, I can only really do the push downs. Shoulder's a lot better, but right now, I can only really do the push downs for tries. Still growing though. Triceps are getting juicy.
Is Pat okay with you not keeping donations paused? What if people start donating about Jasmine, the wife and family you abandoned?
Alright, so that'll be it for the stream. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. I can't tell you where I get my peptides, dude. It's against YouTube's terms of service. I don't think I'll be streaming later tonight. I've been using the internet on my cell phone this entire time. It's not going to be until Friday that I get the new modem. So I don't think a normal stream will work on my cell phone because people are already telling me it's kind of slow and it's buffering and stuff. So if I start like reacting to videos and stuff, and I tried just watching YouTube videos on this computer earlier, it's really, really slow. So for the next couple days, I think we're just going to be doing workout streams. So I got to train back tomorrow. This worked well enough, so we'll do a back workout tomorrow. And then Friday, I'll have the new modem set up so we can just go back to normal. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll see you all tomorrow for the back and bicep workout. And as always, keep making those vegan and trenbolone sandwich gains.